Hello. All right. So last stream, got stuck on this part of optimizing the physics collider. Was not giving perfect distance. Off stream, I had like a whole bunch of ideas. I'm like, oh my god, I can't figure out what's wrong. I tried like a whole bunch of things. And so it ended up being pretty simple. I was trying to like find. So the optimization here sorts the triangles into a grid, and then when it looks them up, it searches across the grid. So hopefully the optimization works by finding the triangles closer to you first in the grid, and then it doesn't have to search expanding outward. So I was like, at first I was like, okay, easy. I just search expanding out until I find a triangle. But then it turned out, oh, that triangle in that grid place that you found closest might not actually be the closest triangle. There might be another triangle in one of the other grid places that are in equal grid places away that could be just as close to that triangle. So then I was like, okay, I just need to search an extra like +1 size, just like an extra +1 extent in the search box. So wrong about that. I ended up like working out the math manually, doing like square root, like length of the nearest triangle, and I was like, oh my god, I came to a realization. If you look at a distance field, as it gets farther away, so you'll have like let me give you an example. You have like a little triangle or sloped surface or something. That triangle in the distance field or whatever will will show up as a line, as a point where the distance stops getting closer to that point at the top of the triangle and starts getting closer to one of the lower areas or one of there. And that diagonal line actually represents like how far over you have to search to get back to that closest point. And I was looking at that and I'm like, oh my god, the diagonal line just like goes off. So basically what I figured out, it just goes off forever. There's no like easy amazing optimization for this. If you're really far away from the mesh, like if this distance value is like 20, you just need to search all the triangles in the mesh, because the triangles way off at the side of the mesh could still be the closest triangles. I almost feel like this is related to like the uncertainty principle. Basically, this like fucked with my head though. I finally got it. I got like a test set up. I set up like a test that goes through and it checks random positions from like -500 to 500. So then I ran this and I just like, oh Jesus Christ, what did I do? I think I might have not updated this. I changed some of my organization of the engine around. Okay, so this just runs, and every frame it's actually checking a whole bunch of positions to see if the distance field is wrong. So this is basically brute force search through the distance field to figure out if the optimized one is different. I messed with this for a while and I figured out that like this is perfect now. If I scale this down by a little bit, you actually get errors. Like if you just scale it down by like okay, 9.5 is probably a bad example because it goes to pretty big distances. So this -1 should, I think, maybe not because it's so far away. I have to change that. This is a horrible example. I have to change the sampling. Alright, anyways, this really close-up example of 10 units away is really good, because this is where you get errors when it messes up the distance by 1 or 2. So you'll see here, error not equal at this point. So that's just from our -1. So you can also see if we do times 0.95, it should also cause an error. So this is actually a good thing to test, because the farther away it gets, the more expensive it gets. So if we can scale this down and actually make it more efficient, that's actually amazing. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to ramp this up to 0.5. I also think I might turn this into an actual, like, I'm going to repeat this 100 times just so that it finds any possible errors way quicker. Alright, there we go. Found an error. Yeah, so you can see it's actually, maybe you can't see, but it's getting a little bit choppy now because it's doing the test. So this is actually really interesting. It's not finding an error when you're scaling down the distance by 0.9. I wonder if I can actually scale this down, if there's something about my math that was wrong, or if it's just because seal right here is just scaling it right back up even if I scale it down by 0.9. So there's an error. Wow, if I could get 0.8 though, that might actually be optimized. Hold on, so I also set up a benchmark because I was really curious how much optimization this mesh optimization really did. Okay, let me just increase this to 1,000. Let's see. Does this actually hold up with no error? Very interesting. So this is going to output a whole bunch of stuff to the console, but I just want to see how much is it scanning now. Okay, it's scanning less. I'm just thinking. Distance divided by the minimum extent, because this is like the minimum that you can move. Like for X, this is 1. Very interesting. It's not finding any errors. So maybe I actually just found another optimization for this. Let me see how low of a value I can get this to before causing it to find errors. I think we found errors at 0.7, right? This is actually incredible. If I can just lower this. I'm really thinking though, why would the distance here... I mean this, so I still need to actually scale this based off of the scale of the mesh, like the scale XYZ in case the mesh is scaled. I'm just thinking, like, maybe this can go down to nearly 0.5. Like maybe this could actually be half, but just not quite half. So like if the closest, let me think about this. So if you're there, closest distance is half of that. I don't know how this adds up, but it seems to work because if I set this to 0.5, it finds an error, right? Wow. Wow. There's no error. Oh, wait, there's an error. Okay, let's try and search even more. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. So I'm going to lower the search area. There we go. So it should find errors way quicker now. So I'm just going to try and raise this until we don't get an error. I'm thinking if there is a limit, it's going to be like 6666 or 7777 because those are like the diagonal distance. Wow, so it actually could be able to scale this down by 0.7. That would be beautiful. Like so optimizing this though, like this made me realize though, oh yeah, there's an error. There's so much stuff in 3D that's just like so hard to predict. Like I was talking about this though with Ludum Dare, like if I try and do 3D, it's just way too much. I just need to focus on 2D. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through and I'm fixing up actually all the 2D parts of the engine. So one of the things I'm going to do today is texture atlasing. I think I might fix up the physics 2D. Okay, so there's no errors here. Very interesting. This is something I should probably do with like automated testing where I just keep increasing the value in the code until it doesn't find errors. But whatever. Hey Namori. I'm working on the mesh optimization right now. I'm trying to get it optimized so it doesn't have errors. Right here you can see it's really slow because it's running like 1,000 distance samples per frame, trying to check if there's any distant points in the distance field in the optimized mesh that doesn't match up with the brute force. And it's perfect, but I found out this, actually I think I found that even if I scale down this distance, it still works properly. So I'm trying to find out if that's actually true, and if so, how much I can scale it down, because technically this should make it faster. No, it's not a 3D render. It's this is just WebGL. It's actually it could be used for rendering. It's just brute force checking random points in a distance field right now. Alright, 875. Let's try 85. Oh, wait, there was an error there at 875. Okay, let's see if 0.9. Is there an error here? Sound complex? Alright, so I've got these two functions, right? I've got benchmark unoptimized. This measures the time it takes, or how many samples of this mesh distance field we can sample in 1 second, taking random sample points from -10 to +10 of an unoptimized mesh collider, and then this is the same thing except on our optimized mesh collider. So, for example, you run the benchmark unoptimized. It's really slow because it's running as many samples as it can in a second. It should show like 21K though. Yeah, 20K, 19K. So you can see roughly 20,000 samples per second. Actually, more like 19,000. 20,000 distance field samples per second I don't think is horrible though for a mesh. That's enough to support, that itself is enough to support like 100 rigid bodies. At like 60 FPS, and I think that's still really good. So then this optimized version sorts it into a mesh. What I really should do is I should open up this console before I start the script. Yeah, so now you can see 55K samples per second, and if you change the size of the distance collider cells, you can actually make it faster. But 55K samples I think is already pretty good. And it's actually more optimized when you're closer to the mesh, which if you know from ray marking, you take more steps when you get closer to objects. So it's actually really good in that regard, what it optimizes. But I am really confused because as far as I'm aware, this should be breaking. Like from my knowledge of math, I'm thinking my knowledge of math is right and I should just keep this full. I don't know. Let's try subtracting 1. See, this is the thing. If I can... Oh, we found an error. Never mind. Oh, you know what? I think I had this absolutely right. Anyways, what I was saying before is that this stuff is just so complicated. Wait, what did I just do? It just froze. Am I stupid? So you spawn mesh and check it fast. Yeah, just check how many distance field functions we can run per second. And then that was that test. This test right here where it's just lagging, this is just checking. It's actually not checking how long it takes. It's checking if the distance field doesn't match the perfect mesh distance field. And so far from my tests here, which I think is like basically complete running all these samples, it has no errors, which is perfect. Anyways, what this taught me is that 3D, what I already knew is that 3D is so goddamn complicated. I should just focus on 2D in my engine, and I'm just going to focus on making a 2D game really well, and then we'll go from there. So what I did also is I went through and I figured out that these examples are probably way too complicated, and I wrote new sample examples that basically just go through each of the things one by one in the engine and explain. And I also started doing a shaders thing where I have this file now. Like, this is something I meant to do for the engine for a while, but basically just have general shaders that you can use for every project. So here I did 2D ones. It's got your basic 2D local to world, world to camera. It's got like anti-aliased circle and round box for drawing nice graphics. So let me show that. So the physics example, it's just a bouncing ball, but it's like looking at the code, so simple. Creates walls, spawns the rigid body, creates the 2D camera. It basically explains all the steps of the engine, so it's kind of crucial in my opinion. And it really introduces you to the beginning stuff. But anyways, one thing that I meant to do for a long time as well is a post-processing system that you can... I basically just want to be able to throw shaders like bloom or full screen effects and just have it apply the full screen effect. So yeah. The one thing I think I might want is bitmaps, like if I want to do blurring. But since it's WebGL, I also want to keep it simple. So this right here is a very simple system. This sets up an object called post-processing that stores a list of post-processing effects, and it takes a camera and sets up frame buffers for whatever render texture that camera is rendering to. And you know what I just realized? If there's just a single effect, it actually doesn't need... Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Oh my god, I didn't think about this. So, okay. So the way the rendering works, we've got our camera object. It's got a render texture that it renders to. We've also got these on cue render, add and remove cue render callback. I think I'm just going to call this render callback. So these are just called after any cue or layer is rendered. And so my idea is to create this class that just really easily adds the render callbacks for you, so you can basically just create a post-processing effect object with a shader, and it'll just like set up doing the full screen effect for you. And I just realized that none of this is going to work unless I set it up to change the camera's render texture right at the beginning. Like, I actually need to change the whole camera rendering system. So I'm actually thinking, so what I think I need to do is have also not just a camera, but a render texture attribute for the post-processing, so that you can have, like, if you want this to output to another frame buffer, or if you want it to output to a render texture. And what I was also talking about is that frame A, and so this frame A and frame B assumes that you're going to be doing more than one effect, because you're going to be reading in and then swapping the other one that you read. But you could just be writing to the output render texture. Oh my god, what a... Alright, let me try writing this. to render texture. And I guess I can just not allocate frame B until I actually need it. And then the other thing is I need to actually set it up so that the camera render texture is this render texture each time. Yeah, so this on queue render only runs after the queue is rendered. Ah, man, So I either need to like detect if it's the last queue, which is impossible because some people might just set it to like 5 even though the last queue is 19 and like 5 is just the last queue they use, which is completely logical. See, the key thing that actually makes this difficult, that I've kind of done myself, is that I want the effects to be able to be applied at different cues and points in the rendering. So I need to have this post-processing thing automatically handle the switches in these queue rendering events. Like, so here's what I'm thinking, is that there's like some event I could add that's like to reset this render texture to like frame A or B or whatever it needs to render to by doing like on queue render 1 or like on queue, I don't know, on render begin or something, or on render initialize. But then it's like you could just call that exact same thing just setting render texture before you call camera.render. Hold on. I'm just thinking, what if I just change it so you call post-processing.render instead of camera.render? And then it handles your camera rendering for you. See, this is really stupid because it's a hugely complex thing just to figure out how to set a render texture. Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. So what I can do is actually, is if it's the So if it's the last effect, I set it to render texture to output, and it needs to actually run that for the next Next last ones. What if I just did a QID -1 so that you could just add an event that's just called before the camera renders? That would probably be good. See, the thing with that is, though, then you can just like call it yourself. Like, it's so stupid to just have this whole system to call something that you can just like easily do once yourself. I don't know, let me think about this. I could easily just do QID +1. I guess. Or -1 to call before rendering. Okay. So then we do the same thing, but right at the beginning here. Call back before rendering. And this should be +1 now. Okay, that's a stupid solution to a stupid problem. I just realized the camera outside here froze and the dove is currently cut in half. Poor dove. Oh god. So I don't know what's happening there. Hold on, I'll try reopening that. That's weird. It's definitely bugging out. I think it's the encoder or something. Man, it's starting to get cold. Oh my god, that dove's chasing the other dove. It's starting to get cold outside. I'm so happy. There's so many bugs, and the cold is just gonna kill them all, dude. It's gonna be like a bug genocide. Except all the birds are gonna feast on all the bugs, so it's like life giving to life. It's not like all death. But man, the lack of bugs is gonna be amazing. Alright, so I think I need to add a camera render callback right at the beginning. But actually, if the queues used is never used, or if the queues used is 0, so it's never rendering to anything, then actually I don't. Never mind. Alright, so add effect. If the effect... So this checks if the queue used or if the effect queue is not currently in a queue that's been being used by the post-processing, then we add a new render callback to the camera at that queue we actually need a post-processing apply effect callback. So this is our function that's actually going to be called each time after a queue is rendered. PP is for post-processing. So we add our render apply effect callback. Yeah, big post-processing. Alright, and our data is just this object, and the queue we're rendering at effect.queue, and then we add queues used. Then we add this queue. How do I do this again? Or equals bit shift the queue. This is using bit flags. Oh man, so one thing I'm kind of thinking about doing today that I have never done before. I just realized I still have this physics simulation running. I've never done, hold on, let me, texture atlas mip mapping. I've never done proper mip maps for texture atlases. I think this is what I'm talking about. So this is a Minecraft example. Like, you've got a texture atlas of all these textures packed together, right? In WebGL, I can't use array textures. And texture atlases, in my opinion, are like the original way of doing it. So, mip mapping, things just break. So what ends up happening, oh, this guy created his own mip map. So like, anyways, like, you do the mip maps for these, I don't know which one it is, and they end up blurring together. Basically, you get broken mip maps for texture atlases because the textures that are together and sampled separately, or the textures are together but they're sampled separately, and so then when you do the mip maps, they blur together when they're supposed to stay separate. And the way you fix this is you actually calculate your own mip maps, and I have never done this before. I'll open GL. We could use GL texture max level to avoid wasting this memory. Unfortunately, in WebGL OpenGS, this isn't an option. So, storing a mip map for a texture atlas can cost up twice as much memory as would be required otherwise. Well, that sucks. Well, that sucks. So basically, what I need to do is just pass in my own mip maps. I don't know how many levels to calculate though. Like this, it's actually a hard thing to do because I don't know how you would even like check this. Like in WebGL 1, there's no texture LOD, so I can't like manually read texture level. Oh wait, there is. There's an extension for that. Oh my god, there's an extension for texture LOD. Actually, I can do this. Let me just see, what is texture max level isn't there in WebGL. Find max texture mip map level. There's some really stupid stuff that's just not implemented in WebGL. But whatever. We'll figure it out because texture atlasing is so key for doing sprite sheet animations, for like so many things. So that's what I'm going to be doing after this post-processing. I'm also thinking I guess I'll set up a little example for the post-processing. I'm just thinking I guess a 2D demo would be fine for this. Alright, if queues used is 0, then we need to add a render callback right to the beginning. And this here is just where we just set the render texture. So we just do camera render. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Hold on, I'm an idiot. Oh my god, I don't need to do this because render texture is gonna have... Jesus Christ, I'm such a moron, dude. I'm such a moron. Render texture never changes. I can just set render texture to be like, when I initialize post-processing here, I can just do like camera.render texture equals frame A. And this is good. That's all I need to do. Jesus Christ. Why did I think... Like, I don't know why I was thinking that render texture got overwritten right here. But that's not what I'm gonna do. So I just need to take away this plus plus. Alright, so the render texture by default is just going to be this render texture. But what we're going to do is if the queues used is non-zero, or if it is 0, which means we haven't added anything yet, then we'll set the camera render texture to our frame A, because this is what we're going to write to begin with, or draw to, and then read from. Okay, I think this is it. I just need to do if this.effects.length, and this means this is going to have 2 effects, and that means we need frame B as well. So we'll initialize a new render texture with that. Okay. Now I'm just thinking if we need to swap frame A and B during rendering, we might need to yeah, might need to swap A and B during rendering. We'll see how this works out. So now we can actually do our apply effect callback. I just realized this should probably also pass in the queue ID when it calls this function here. So this will go through and it's going to render all the effects where the Q is equal to QID. Alright, so to render the shader, or to render the effect, we've got to bind the effect shader. We need to set the uniform, or we need to set one of the uniform. So I'm going to have a constant uniform input for all of these post-processing effects. I think I'm going to call it, I think source. Yeah, I feel like source is probably a good. What should it like? What's a good name for the input frame buffer? I feel like source is probably good. So we're gonna set sort, or this is actually the uniform index of source. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bind texture. We're going to do bind texture. We're going to need to bind the currently not binded frame. Also, I can't remember what this bind texture function has first. Uniform or texture? Uniform. So yeah, I'm actually going to need to store frame A and frame B in a buffer. So it's going to always write to frame A to begin. So we'll write to frame A, or read from frame A, and then we're going to write to frame B. Actually, wait. If it's the last effect, then we're going to output to render texture. That's the complicated part. So if I equals EL1, which will be the last effect. Actually, I think just subtracting 1 from this is just faster. Then we're going to do render texture.bind. Otherwise, we're going to do frame b.bind. And then we need to do our GL draw arrays. Oh yeah, I just remembered. So before all this, I actually need to set some rendering options. Because this is actually can just be called just after rendering other objects. So if we're going to be rendering these shaders, I gotta turn off blend mode. I gotta turn off depth writing. There's a fourth one here. What is it? Depth testing. So I think that's all of them. So then we can call GL draw arrays. It'll use our shader. It'll render that texture. We've got to unbind the texture afterwards. And then, so there's a few things to do here. There's custom uniform options for this shader. I'm going to do that once I have this all working. So I'm going to test that first. And then I got to think about this outputting to the render texture is fine. rendering to frame B is fine. After we do this though, we actually need to swap frame A and frame B, because then we're going to input frame B to the next one and output to the old frame A. So actually at the beginning here, what we need to check is if frame A equals, we need to check if either of these frames are the currently binded frame, and if they are, then we need to swap it. Wait, okay, let me think about this. So this expects that frame A is the input and the last rendered frame. So if frame B is actually the currently binded render texture equals current render texture, then we actually need to swap frame A and frame B so it renders to the correct ones. Let me think about this, yeah. So that way it should actually keep our frame buffer state. Alright, I think this is all good. I think this is all good. So I'm going to make a little example. I'm just thinking I almost want to do some kind of interesting scene, because post-processing needs, like, I don't know, it seems stupid to apply this to a little 2D shape that's already perfectly anti-aliased. Like, I feel like, I could just do a stupid little bloom effect, though. So maybe, I want to keep the examples limited to 2D for now, so that's the weird thing, is I don't want to do a 3D example for post-processing. I guess I will just use the scene 2D example. Let me just think, how could I make this more interesting than just a spinning box? What post-processing could you do with very simple shapes? Like, I guess I could just do bloom. Like, I could just do super generic bloom or blur. I could do a warp or deform. That would actually be... Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna do a super simple warp or deform. And we're gonna reuse the materials file from the scene 2D example. Alright, and I'll add in engine/post-processing. I'm just thinking. I don't really have many ideas for post-processing shaders to begin. So like a bunch of the ones I can think of right now, like black and white and stuff, they aren't ones that I can show with a simple black and white cube. I'm almost thinking just distortion or deformation. Dithered blur is one actually that would be really useful. Or I guess just a general purpose blur. Or I could do a red, green, blue color shift, but that wouldn't do anything to the black and white cube. I guess I'll do blur. So input, texture 2D, source. To begin, I'm just going to output the texture tinted by red, I guess. So this will test just to make sure the post effect is working. I mean, maybe I could just do a tint post effect. And this is interesting. This will be a good one actually because it'll have a uniform color variable to be input. Alright, good stuff. So a very simple shader to test at the beginning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here where we have general 2D shaders, and I'm going to include post-processing. So now I've included post-processing.js and the post-processing shaders. So now we can actually create our post-processing. So what do I need to pass in again? Our render texture and our camera. So display is the default output render texture. Or actually, wait, so display is a render texture that I initialize with the null frame buffer. So you can basically, if you want to just output to the screen, you set the frame buffer to this display frame buffer, and it's like it has like code that automatically checks if it's null in cases and things like that. Alright, so once we have the post, we can do add effect, new post processing. Do our effect, new post processing, effect, get asset, tint or post tint.glsl. I think that's it. posttint.glsl, and then I guess just add effect. Alright, if this works, first try, that's going to be impressive. Yeah, caught an uncut type error. Okay, this is a bug. This is something that I coded really badly and I need to fix. So this just tries to read an element, and it does nothing to check if this element doesn't exist. So what ends up happening is you get this error that this is null, and nothing tells you here that it's actually because this ast.url is wrong. It's really bad. Like, I don't know, I guess I expected when I wrote it that, oh, the JavaScript error will lead you to realize that your asset URL is wrong. But the fact that it like leads you to document.getElementById really messes stuff up. Yeah, I don't know what would even be a good solution here. Buffer the element like this. If not element. I should actually create a helper for this. Let me see what this would be like right here. Console.error. What happens when any of the other things run into errors when they're loading? It just goes on forever. Yeah, I guess if the images ever have errors, they're gonna output the URL. Okay, I see I understand what I have to do. I'm gonna create some custom function in the system here where it has all these asset loading things. And I'm gonna have a thing that's like load text content from plain text shell element with proper error handling. Oh yes, sweet. And then I can use print here, which will be removed if log enabled is false. Dope. So yeah, we can do print error. Okay. Load text element. ID, if not element, print error, no element named could not load text asset not found. Text content. Okay. Hopefully this should do it. So now if I change document.getElementById, so that I can actually just replace this anywhere. Load text element. Load text element. What is gedit doing? It just like the text just showed up there. Text editor problems. Okay, I think that's it. I don't know anywhere else where I do document.get element by ID. In.js, graphics.js. Okay, nice. So this should give us an error still, but at least it should give us a proper error. Oh, wait. JSON.parse unexpected character. Dot text content. Oops. I need to remove that get text element part. I just scroll past my shader asset. Oh, interesting. Undefined syntax error from shader. Wait. Undefined syntax error? Wait. Undefined syntax error? Undefined syntax error. Oh, I see. It's literally inputting undefined in part of the shader. I must have left text element source.substring. What? Wait, what? Okay, hold on. I need to go back. I must have deleted some wrong code or something. Document.get element by ID. Source plus ID.text content. Oh, okay. So I actually had proper code there that checked whether or not it loaded properly. This is much better though, so this way I can actually get proper errors that tell you what it failed to load, and I can actually still turn those errors off when I do final builds. Alright, wait, load text content not defined. Oof. Oof, I spelled it wrong. It's load text element, not load text content. Oh my god. Alright, could not load text asset, post tint.glsl not found, frame is not defined. Awesome. So it threw errors, but that was the errors that it's supposed to throw. ID equals post tint.glsl. Oh, this is shaders, not shader. Error compiling GLSL shader source. Wait. Oh, it's sampler 2D, not texture 2D. Derp. Alright, and frame A is not defined. Where is frame A not defined? Q used equals frame A. Oh, okay. This dot frame A. Cull face less is not defined. Is it cull face back? Yeah, cull face back. Okay. Shader.use is not a function. Shaders 1 dot use. Use is a function. Shader equals shader. Oh, dot asset. Wait, so does material here only work with asset shaders? Shader equals shader asset. Shader. Oh, okay. Interesting. So I did, yeah, I actually predicted that. I set it up so that it can be loaded with shader strings where it loads in the asset string. Argument 2 does not implement interface WebGL texture. Oh yeah. The frame buffer, I forgot. It has a texture. I think it's actually frame buffer.texture. Let me see. Render texture, yeah, dot texture. Okay, nice. It's a black screen, but it's not giving errors, so that's a start. So first things first, let's try removing our post effect, and it should start rendering again. No, it didn't, so something is actually messed up. Let's see if it stops when we disable post-processing at all, because it shouldn't have changed anything. That's really weird. So this new post-processing, it shouldn't... Oh yeah, I shouldn't actually set the camera render texture yet. So what's happening? New render texture. Frame B effects equals that. Q's used equals 0. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a minute. What is happening there? That's an interesting bug. So it's completely blank until I resize it. I think I know what's happening here. I think when it allocates the new render texture, it binds that render texture, but then it doesn't update in the graphics API here that it's bound a new frame buffer. Yes, okay. Okay, so at the end of this, or after this, I need to do current render texture equals null this dot bind. I'm just thinking that should be... I'm just thinking, is there anything else I need to do? I think I can just do this dot bind. And I'm just thinking, do I need to have the frame buffer bound when I resize the texture? I don't... Hold on, let me see. OpenGL resizing frame buffer. Do you need to resubmit color attachment? Resize existing texture attachments. Oh, okay, so apparently text image 2D, I can just change this just on the fly. Nice. I just realized if you bind the same texture but with a different viewport coordinate, it actually won't bind. Well. Well then. Anyways, I found a really easy solution for this. Just current render texture equals null. After doing this. And I don't think I need to do anything there. So that way, this will show up false and it'll rebind to the same render texture that it thinks is already bound. And now it works. That is a loud ass plane outside. Holy shit. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. So now we're going to get it to output to our custom render texture. Okay, so if I equals EL minus 1, it's the last effect, then we bind the output render texture. We render to that. Let me just, in case the source value here isn't being set, let me just output green. So this is just a good way of just testing if it's even outputting what we expect in the shader. Oh, okay. Awesome. So it's actually outputting green. So that confirms what I thought in that it's not setting our source. It's not binding our source texture here for whatever reason. Let's check shaders 1. Okay, That's weird. So it's showing that there are no uniforms here. I wonder, do I have to do while tick? Or do I just, maybe I just have to do tick here. Oh my god. What? So tick updates tick time, which is used by the graphics shaders to define whether or not they need to update. So this global state time, I actually recognized when it said that global state time was null. So that's so weird. Why doesn't it load in? Hold on. This is an actual bug, I think. Why doesn't it load in source? Oh, okay. It does load in source now. It's just the global state time is undefined. And that defines whether or not wait, that actually doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. Why does this break the rendering then? Why does sampling real time to an actual value? I should have, like, I need to figure out how to code this so it works even when real time is null. Yeah, so global state time undefined. But why does that bug it out? Why does that bug it out? Oh my god, it's because we actually have a shader global. Oh yeah, and if the state time is undefined, then if the state time is bigger than the global state time, then it's updated. Oh, so it's actually not updating. Okay, interesting. I actually can't believe I didn't realize this before. I need to put this in multiple examples. I made a few WASM test projects 2 to 3 years ago, and people still ask me. They contact me to ask questions. Just answered some for like 30 minutes. I'm not surprised. WASM is tricky as hell. Sound in the background like some bird screaming. Yeah, that's a blue jay. So even though this demo works, I actually need to do reset tick time. Time, because it's I don't know how to describe this. Sample system time, which is used by graphics. So that's automatically done in physics 2D. I guess I don't need to include it in graphics because you'll see it in scene 2D. Wow, so this worked. And I don't even need to do tick. It's just because it was never updating in the beginning. Oh my god, that is bugged. Okay, so the frame buffer isn't being resized. Alright, that's an easy fix. We need to add window, add event listener, resize post-processing buffers. Hold on, I think this is still broken. Yeah, it is broken. What is it doing? Is post.resize not a function? No, resize is the function. Aspect ratio correction? Yeah, so the set size function here of the render texture. Oh, it's doing camera.render texture instead of .render texture. No, that's still... yeah, that's still completely broken. So why is that happening? Set size, RT width, RT height. So that should update it, assuming that our resize event is actually called after graphics resize right here. Huh. So I might need to have a callback for my callback. Okay, this is inefficient, but this should test and see if the bug that I think is happening is happening. If we call graphics resize in here, if you want real-time update size, you need to recreate frame buffer and bind again. Ah, that might be my issue. It might not even be recreating the frame buffer. You know what? Hold on, let's try this. So this is working because it's not actually creating a new frame buffer. It's just the existing display frame buffer. Okay. I think I understand. Hold on, let me search this up. WebGL resize frame buffer. Resizing frame buffer. OpenGL resize frame buffer. Setting width and height of render target on the fly. Reset attributes, resize depth attachment. So this says I should just be able to resize the texture. If you want real time, if I remember how it worked, and bulk can be even more complex. I have no idea why most used function made this complex these days. Yeah, I don't know. To be safe, I'd recreate some drivers of strange compatibility issues. I guess I should test it just with a single render texture. Texture set size. I mean, maybe I just need to bind the frame buffer before I do the texture, I think. Viewport cut after resize. Oh my god, I wonder, am I just not setting... Hold on, I might just not be setting the viewport. No, that doesn't make sense because on graphics resize, it clears the viewport. Does current render texture to null. So I don't think those do any depth testing, and the reason I bring that up is because I was thinking that maybe the depth buffer, depth right off, depth test off, yeah. I was thinking maybe it wasn't resizing the depth buffer because I actually don't have a depth buffer, but no, that still doesn't work. So yeah, I actually think it's just not resizing the frame buffer. Because let me just check this. Let's just do a little debugging. Console.log. What is it? Display? No, not yet. Display width. Display height. So this should output the newly resized screen. So here's the really weird thing that gets me. The aspect ratio isn't changing. So if it's actually calling this, and the aspect ratio of this should update. Okay, very weird. Very weird. Yeah, welcome to OpenGL Hell. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what is bugging out right here. Like, holy shit. What is it displaying on the screen right now? Like, I want to say it's super stretched out. I don't understand though why. Why is it? Hold on, let me see. WebGL resizing frame buffer not working. Yeah, I might just need to completely reallocate this. Alright, first of all, let's try binding our frame buffer. So we need to set our current render texture to null. No, that didn't change anything. WebGL resize frame buffer. OpenGL change existing frame buffer. Click smaller than I set it. The creation of user-defined frame buffers. Resize. So you have a frame buffer, made storage for it, given a size and a format. You can attach it to an FBO. Yeah, I think I might just need to allocate just new frame buffers. OpenGL change color attachment size. Maybe this will come up with different size attachments. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Color attachment shrinking. Man, I'm really surprised that just searching up OpenGL resize frame buffer, like, I'm surprised that this doesn't come up with more. Oh, this is actually a good one. How to effectively resize frame buffer image. Oh, no, that's literally resizing. Resize existing frame buffer attachments. Code I tried, bind texture, texture storage 2D. This website is horrible. Render to texture resizing. My OpenG rendering was trifle, well documented, blah blah blah. Well, so I moved on to adding resizing. For form responses suggested that all would be necessary would be text image 2D. This is what I thought. I found that the texture was being rendered correctly to the FBO, but that it was being displayed at the wrong size. Was that the first time texture was sent to the default frame buffer, the texture size was set permanently, and then when a resized texture was sent, it was being treated as it was the original size. Oh, this is probably what's happening. Oh, it's starts with the biggest possible texture. Okay, hold on. Frame buffer, change size. I swear to God, like, there has to be an easy way. Jesus Christ, Google search results are so bad. Like, after a page, it just becomes like Vulkan rendering passes, like completely different shit than what you searched for. Oh my god. I really don't want to allocate a whole new frame buffer, but can you remove color attachment? WebGL, GL frame buffer, texture 2D. I just completely spelled that wrong. Doesn't explain anything. Okay. Reattach. You should not resize textures at all. You should delete them and create a new one. You rebuild storage for a texture while it's bound. Everything will work. It says everything will work. I don't think that's true. I think that guy's lying. So I'm actually thinking I need to delete all this stuff. Resize. That's the exact same question, but with different Google link. Holy shit, Google is so bad now. What happened to Google, dude? It's just actually returning garbage results sometimes. Okay, DuckDuckGo is even worse. Am I wrong in that search engines were actually better like 5-10 years ago? Resize existing texture attachments. Why has this been downvoted? Possible to reallocate. GameDev.net, FBO resize. Possible to resize an FBO. If the size of the attachments change. Wait, this says it should work. Just call GL text image again with the size you want. The driver will delete the old buffer. Okay, hold on. This says that this should actually work then. What? This.texture, GL text image 2D, GL red, green, blue A, unsigned byte, null. Maybe I just need to do this again? I don't know. I'm actually wondering if I should set up like how do I check if the FBO is actually resizing? How do I even do that? I guess I can just do the really stupid way here where we just do this dot delete. So we delete the current render texture. And then if we do render texture dot call this, wait, will this work? Hold on a minute. Is this what I'm thinking of? Constructor dot call Javascript. Just call the chain constructor. Okay, yeah, that is how you do it. So if I do render texture.call, this should do the exact same thing as creating a new texture, I believe. Okay, interesting. It breaks. Depth is not defined. Oh, I need to do false. Or this.depth. Okay, very interesting. I know exactly what's happening, and I am an absolute moron. I literally just repeated the exact same bug twice. Holy shit, dude. All of this code works. I'm sitting here going, wait, I'm fairly certain that I tested this code and that I know resizing frame buffers works. So it has to, in my brain, I know, the issue has to be somewhere else. And you know what it is? This thing I was just showing here about updating the tick timer, and this, in the graphics, when it updates these global shader variables, based on the time changing, it never updates the camera aspect ratio until the time updates. So me not doing, what is it, tick, right here. This is what fixes it. Doing tick. Updating the timer. Look at this shit. It scales perfectly now. I'm a goddamn moron. Well, I know. I'm dumb smart. I know I made a stupid mistake, but I know the mistake now, so that's... Oh, God, that... I almost feel like I should find a way to do this without having to call tick. The issue is like I want people to actually be able to control the time if they want. So I don't want to just do like date.now here. What's a good way of doing this? Let me actually think. Global state time. Alright, let's do something really stupid. Let's actually benchmark. Hold on, is this in my bookmarks? JS fiddle benchmark. No, it's not. Okay. I'm actually really curious. How slow is date.now? We're just gonna go do a little benchmark.js here. We're gonna sample I'm gonna do this variable called sum. We can do sum plus equals date.now. That's going to end up being a really big number. So actually, I'm going to do divided by date.now. And we'll just make this really big value to begin. And then this is going to do divided by a cached version of date.now. So this is basically going to give us the difference between the function of calling date.now and how much storing it in a variable. It's going to optimize it. Let's see, running fiddle. So test 1 gave 3,000. Holy shit, date.now is slow. 3,000 operations versus 2,000. Oh, is that because this value is way bigger at the start? Hold on. Let me just try something else. What if I just do like this? I think that test before was bad. Let's see. I don't believe that this is like 200 times faster. It might actually be. Actually, from the looks of this, oh my god. So yeah, I was right on the mark when I'm trying to optimize. So yeah. Damn. So there's really no optimization for replacing this with date.now. It'll be way slower. So that's the thing, doing this tick and keeping track of the time in our own variable is just so much faster. So, system timer. So I'm going to add this to like all the other examples then, because I said that I'm not going to need it, but I was wrong. Alright, well, our post-processing works, so that's nice at least. This red tint being applied is our post-processing shader. So now we get to actually do the actual post-processing code. And what that is going to be is that we need to set this up so that the shader here doesn't tint constantly by red, but that we have a variable uniform here called color that we tint by. And then what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to go and do effect dot. I think the way I'm going to do this, I did this as null. I'm actually going to do this as an object, I think. I don't know, should I do this as an empty object, or should I do it as null? I think I'm going to do an empty object. So we do effect, and then whatever our uniform name is, so we're going to do color equals, and this is whatever color we want to tint it to. So let's do yellow. And I haven't actually programmed this in yet, but what we're going to do is that right here when we bind the texture, before we render the shader, we're going to go through the uniforms. Effect.uniforms. If uniform and uniform, or wait, for K in uniform. I actually can't remember, is this faster or is object.keys faster? We're gonna do another benchmark.js because this is like, I actually use for in a lot in the code here, and if I remember, I did this in this shader because I benchmarked it and I found that that's actually faster than doing object.keys, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try it just because. So for var k in C, sum plus equals ck, keys equal object.keys C, for var I 0 I bigger than keys.length, sum plus equals C keys I. I'm thinking this first one's going to be faster. So 36 million ops, that's pretty good. Yeah, so the for in is way faster. Nice. And that's, yeah, I don't think I use object.keys anywhere. Actually, that's making me wonder, do I use it in this system somewhere? Object.keys. Ah, I do use it here. So for k in extent, there we go. Optimization based off actual benchmarks. Okay, for var k in our uniform, this actually needs to be effect.uniforms color. And then here, the hard part is if we bind textures, I'm going to need to unbind them. Yeah, I'm just thinking like, this probably won't actually work. I think I should, So I actually have an option here. I can choose to try and make this a little bit customizable and let people bind like custom textures to the uniforms and make it slower. And that also is like, actually might not work, because if you try to bind, like, people then might try and bind other frame buffers, and or I might try and bind other frame buffers and it wouldn't work properly, like ordering that in this post-processing queue. Also, so if I know all these uniforms are just going to be arrays, I can actually go through the shader and find the uniforms at the beginning and actually allocate all of these, so that I don't need to do this thing where I allocate these after the effect is done. I think I'm just going to go with this because it's more customizable, but it's a really hard thing to decide. Here now I need to check if this object is a texture or if it's data, I think I do if.length. Yeah, if o.length, then this is an array. Else we bind a texture. So here we bind. How do I do this? Hold on. This is actually the same code I did for material.bind, isn't it? Yeah, I almost feel like I should be using a material for this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I already have a class that binds materials and textures for me for rendering. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just realized I should probably be using a material here. Huh. Yeah, actually. So if I used a material and then just ignored these depth right, depth test, I don't know, it feels like overkill just to do these for uniforms. See, this is a really weird thing. So for FV only works if it's aligned to 4. I guess I'll just copy this code. This is actually the exact same code I'm basically doing here. The hard part is unbinding the textures. Okay, what would this code look like? Okay, so that binds it. This is really bad though because I don't know. I feel really bad about looping through the uniforms again just to unbind them, but I guess it doesn't really matter. So I'm just thinking, do textures, like, I don't think textures need to be unbinded in the order they were binded, no. Perfect, here we go. So this should work. This should color it yellow. No. A is not defined. Oh, it's O instead of A. There we go, it worked. Woohoo! Okay. Oh, okay, that is post-processing done. I said that was like stupidly simple, but it's like it's actually such a nice thing to have though. Like it really though, this is like under 100 lines of code, but it does so much I think, because this right here, you can basically just pass in any full screen shader like this tint, and it'll feed in, it'll automatically feed in for you the input texture from the last frame, and then you can just set uniforms just by doing .uniforms like this, and it'll just automatically bind the uniforms for you. It's actually beautiful. So, man, I've said this before, the one thing I love about JavaScript in this is for the rendering, being able to loop through objects, just kind of like hash maps or like lists of keys. I can just treat an object as like, I can treat an object's variables as the uniform names, and then just directly set the uniforms by names. It's beautiful. Whereas like when I did it in C using uniform block structures, it's like you basically try and match up your C structure to the GLSL structure, and so the binary just maps 1-to-1. But then you start doing some hacky stuff where you're like, oh, I'll have this variable go here, and then this variable won't actually be here in the CPU version, so then you end up setting stuff by arrays, and then search uniform by name slow, much slower than number array ID. Yeah, so this still stores the uniform locations, but JavaScript, actually this is probably a good thing to benchmark. The JavaScript object indexing is really fast. Like, it works with numbers too, so that's why I'm really curious here. So this is an object with just numbers, and then we'll do an array with those same numbers. And so this will access the object. Basically, this is going to benchmark object versus array accessing. And as far as I'm aware, JavaScript is just slow. Like, array accessing here in JavaScript is just slower than C or C++. But I believe the one thing you do get is that these object accesses that are looking up, like, they're basically like hash maps. Yeah, so this still did 1 million operations a second. That's crazy, dude. Look at that. So the array is basically just as fast as accessing the object, which can have strings here. So I'm wondering, what if I change these to strings? Is that gonna... I don't think this will change anything. Anyways, though, like, to put it into perspective, this 100 million would be like 500 million in C. Like, accessing arrays in C, it'll literally be 5 times, maybe even 10 times faster. Yeah, so that didn't even do much. But in JavaScript here, the one thing you do get is that you can access objects basically like hash maps. Or like the object accesses in Firefox and Chrome and the engines behind the scenes like V8, it's done with hash maps. So you basically have like, I don't know, like, it sounds really stupid, but knowing that these are optimized by hash maps, I basically treat it as that. But you search uniform. Yeah, so like, that's the thing. You're talking about get uniform location, right? By name. I think that's slow as hell. So what I do is I cache that in a value, and then I look that up by the name. And actually, okay, so you want to see the optimization even further? So this post-processing, I did actually go a bit less optimized. Like you can see here, I'm just looking up the uniform in the object based off its tag name. But in the actual graphics rendering here for these materials that are used for like the majority of the objects in the world, you can actually see here it's just a for loop with all array indexes. It already has the uniform location. When it actually loads in the material, it actually loads the uniform location from the shader, from the hash map, into just an array. So it optimizes it even further, which now looking at how optimized the hash map is, I probably don't even need that, but still really nice. Anyways, when I benchmarked this the other day before I did the physics, I was able to get 50,000 objects rendering without instancing, and I'm actually really happy with that. Like, I saw an engine the other day, like, I think it was like a year ago on stream. We went through an engine and we were like, the engine was bragging about doing like 10,000 RTS agents rendering. And I was like, I'm pretty sure my engine just does 20K just with like a brute force for loop. And I still think what I said then, I don't even think it's like me or the engine programmers that are doing things that amazing. I think it's the powerful GPUs in the computer that's basically just doing all the, the brute force number crunching. Alright, I'm scared of doing texture atlasing, but we're gonna do texture atlasing. So, yeah, I guess let's open up text image 2D. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be setting the bitmap levels manually to set up a texture atlas that actually has proper bitmaps. It seems so simple. Just like, oh, you just put all your images in a big image. And then you try and do mip mapping and it just becomes a goddamn mess. So okay, I'm gonna get up and stretch and get some water before doing this one. Yeah, but so this is the thing though. If I want to do 2D sprite sheet animations or like that's the thing. Texture atlasing is kind of like post processing in that if I just create a class or system that just automatically atlases for me, it's so useful because I can do that for sprite sheets in 2D. I can do that for texture atlasing of like block shaped textures in a 3D game like Minecraft. So it's something I really want. And I actually did a specific thing just for sprite sheets in the rendering here. I've got this extra, just an extra variable here that you can just pass to your shader. It's just a single floating point value. And when I added it, I was particularly thinking about sprite sheet animations, about you just pass in basically a sprite sheet frame ID, and then the shader can automatically go through the sheet and get that frame from that extra ID. And so now I feel like I need to implement the texture atlasing to actually make that come true. Vulkan has built-in texture arrays that can be any size without any slowdown, and Vulkan texture atlasing can be done by texture arrays. Yeah, that's what I was saying before, is if it was modern OpenGL, I believe the way to do this would be texture arrays, but it's WebGL, you don't have texture arrays, and I might be wrong about this, but I think there's actually still benefits to having it all in a single texture 2D and not in a texture array. I don't know that much about texture arrays, but yeah, I don't know. We got gas here. Basically, all of Canada is like natural gas heated. In a few cities, you get. I don't know if they're boilers or steam. The cast iron or iron grates or tubes that go across and carry hot water. So, isn't that something they do in Europe? Is I believe in other parts of the world, like cities actually have boiling water, like just like gas lines. You've got a line for boiling water, right? And people literally just pipe boiling water into their house, and then that heats it. I'm just stretching. I'm up here. I feel like I should like stay on camera, but it's not realistic. Alright, what's this texture atlas in class gonna look like? I need a standing desk. Actually, could actually use that. My issue is that like a standing desk for me would be so high up in the air. It just wouldn't be viable. Wait, I'm just thinking, I might not even need a class for this, because all it's going to be doing is basically taking a single texture or image and actually generating properly tiled bitmaps. Oh, wait a minute. I already have something for this. Hold on. Image tiled load. So I actually need to change this. I'm actually this is so inefficient. I'm creating a new texture for every single texture in the sprite sheet. So, yeah, actually this was kind of a placeholder code, I remember. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually probably going to replace this code with the code that properly generates bitmaps. So I actually have this option here in the image options when it loads. So for every asset that loads in my engine, you can also provide a JSON file of options, of extra options. Hold on, actually, I forget how this whole system works. I haven't used it for so long. But like you could provide JSON options that basically say this image tiles, this image shouldn't have bitmaps. Hold on, let me see. Get asset URL JSON options and caching of optional JSON options true. JSON parse. Oh, I need to change this to load text element. I live in a house with parents. We have a boiler that work on gas and boil water, so we turn it on and off when it's cold when we need it. Ah. Oh. Hey. The rabbit just showed up. Just scared all the birds away. It's my time to eat now. Huh. Okay, so I have an option here for whether or not it loads the JSON options from here. Actually, okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought about this, but I didn't think about it all the way through. So, when I'm loading material options here, I actually check for a plus, and that actually decides whether or not I load JSON options. So I was smart enough to think, hey, I'll add a little system where you add plus to the beginning of the asset URL and it loads in the JSON options along with it. But I wasn't smart enough to think to add that to the whole asset system. I just added it to the one material part that did it for textures and images. Really smart, but really stupid on my part. So I'm going to go and change that. Wait a minute. Why do I have this cache option here? What does this even do? If cache. Oh yeah, this keeps objects loaded into memory. Oh my god, the bunny just completely fucking darted away. Oh my god, they're like, the birds are like, nah, I'm gonna keep eating, and the bunny's like, no. They're like, they can't decide. It's so funny because it's like they're fighting, but like they're not gonna hit each other because they're birds and they're bunnies. Like I actually wonder, do they have the neural circuitry? Because I think at some point one of the birds is just gonna go up and just peck the rabbit like, it's winter. If I don't eat, I'm gonna starve. Peck, 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 peck. I don't know. We'll see. All right, I gotta think. So, if JSON options. Oh, okay. So I need to take the URL. Oh my god, wait a minute. I just realized that the URL loaded in. The URL loaded in with the plus removed is different. So you could actually have two separate assets, one with the options and one with no options. The neural network detect objects and can understand where bunny where ground. Yeah. It's so funny to just watch them chase each other. Also two eyes, so depth also work for them. Yes. True. Their eyes are also hemisphere. Okay, that's actually such an interesting point. Should I go into this? Depth perception. So, you know how the bird's eyes are like on the side of their head nearly? What's that area of vision called where you have both your eyes in the same vision? Seeing convergence. No, wait. I can't remember what it is. Okay, I think it's the opposite of peripheral vision. No, wait. No, it's not that. Stereopsis. Perception of depth. Okay, I think this is it. Okay, this is not showing at all what I'm talking about. So anyways, for your depth perception, you know what? It might be binocular vision. Yeah, okay. So binocular vision, where both of your eyes can see, there's an area outside where only one eye can see, like in our depth perception. Here, this is, oh my god, this shows exactly what I'm talking about. Look at how low the pigeon's binocular vision is. So that's what you get when you have the bird's eyes on the side of the head. You get this giant peripheral vision that goes nearly behind you, but your depth perception is like this insanely low slice in front of you. So like, I think owls is a lot more like us. You can see the owl has like more regular field of view, and then it actually has big depth perception in front of it. So basically what I'm saying is these pigeons or doves over at the side, they have very little depth perception. Which is kind of impressive how well they fly. But I don't know, I think it's really interesting because like I think the bunny also is very similar because its eyes are like on the side of its head nearly, but at the same time they're like orbs. Like the bunny's eyes are huge, like big black orbs. Neural network can build depth from single webcam. Don't really need real depth tests. That's what it was showing from the monocular cues before, is that even with monocular vision you can take cues of where depth is. But you know what I think is like the best data or information that says to me that you need actual binocular, or like you need the double samples to get an accurate actual quality depth sample? It's that basically all the animals that need depth perception evolve two eyes. Because I think evolution wise, the ones that tried to just rely on monocular cues, it didn't give them accurate depth, so they died. And so the ones that had accurate depth perception evolved, and that's why you get a bunch of things with two eyes. But I think that what that says is that even our neural networks and like our evolutionary systems have decided that two eyes and binoculars and binocular vision is the way to get depth perception, not through monocular vision. So I actually don't think I need a separate class for this. I think I'm just going to do this all in the graphics loading. First of all, though, I need to check if plus substring. Birds survive longer than dinosaurs, but birds are dinosaurs. Alright, JSON options. Equals. How did I do this again? If char at 0 equals plus. Okay, that's easy enough. And then I'm gonna need to potentially flip the URL around. So yeah, if there's the JSON options, then I'm gonna need to remove the plus, so we're gonna need to do substring 1. Otherwise we can just do the regular URL. And when we do JSON parse, I just realized this does -4, which assumes that assumes that the extension length is 4. Was I really this dumb when I designed this? Oh, the bunny's gone. Okay, so this just does subtract 4 from the length, which is so stupid, because it just kind of assumes that this URL is only going to have 4 extension. Man. Alright, so what I need to do is I actually need to detect the period index at the end. So we gotta do last index of... Actually, hold on, wait a minute. If JSON options, then JSON options equals, we'll load these separately. This way I don't need to do all that parsing, even when you don't need to. Last index of dot hold on, once again I am an idiot. Oh my god. So we have the extension length right here. We actually loop through and check if the URL ends with the extension right there. So we actually don't need to do last index of extension. We can just do length minus our extension dot length. Hold on, is this actually right? Let me look at the example here. .mp3. So the extension will include dot. Alright, so I can do xi.length, and that should work. Oh, then we need to do .ini, which is the settings. It's actually JSON, I just called it ini because I'm running out of file type extensions. And then we just parse the JSON from that or set it to null and we're good to go. Now we just do asset equals this, JSON options, there we go. This should, I think that should do it. So that should let us load our texture options every single time. So now I don't need to do this stupid thing where I do if uOptions I'm just seeing, is there anything else here? Nope. So I'm gonna just delete this. I actually gotta see, is there anywhere else that I did that? Get asset O, get asset O. Let me see, could that be used here? Yeah, it could, but the shader, does the shader have any JSON options in the asset? No, there's no JSON options in the asset. Okay. Nice. Let's see, do I call get asset anywhere else? I think we're good. When I change a function like that, that's used like everywhere, it scares the heck out of me because I'm like, oh no, I have to go and refactor everything, but I don't. Okay, this is seriously going to make things so much nicer. So first of all, I'm not going to have to check if tile X and Y because this is all going to go to a single texture. So we can actually just comment this out for now. And so when it goes on image tiled asset load, or on image asset load, I think I should set these to tile X and tile Y just so that they're always there for me to access, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so I think I'm going to keep those as 0. And so then what basically what will happen is if you want a texture atlas, in your texture options where you also say, hey, I want alpha, I want linear sampling, I want maps, I want it to clamp, you'll do a tile X or tile Y variable that's the number of sprite sheets on the, or number of sprite blocks or texture cells along the X and Y of the sprite sheet. And what this will do is, instead of doing generate map, we are going to go through and we're going to do a custom map function. Maybe if I keep saying that over and over again, it'll make it simple. Anyways, I think this is mostly set up for me. I don't think I need to do, I think text image 2D right here is just completely normal. I just think the generate bitmaps is going to be different. I'm thinking what it's going to look like. I'm going to need to do the bitmap blurring on the CPU, which is going to be kind of annoying. And what I'm wondering about that is the image here, to do blurring and to get access to the actual image pixel data, I'm going to need to put it into a canvas first. And I'm wondering if it's actually more efficient for me to have a canvas always here that I just buffer with. I actually think that's a waste, because then I just have a canvas image sitting in memory, wasting memory. Whereas if I just allocate a canvas whenever you're loading in the texture atlas, first of all, it's JavaScript. So it's probably not even allocating memory. It's probably just taking memory from a heap that's already allocated. And like for textures and canvases, I almost guarantee it has a sort of cache for those. So it won't be that bad, I think. Yeah, I'm still like, I'm Mr. Premature Optimization, I think. Sorry about that. Oh my god, so the rabbit isn't on the camera, but it is just sitting just outside my window. Oh my god, the bunny is so cute. It knows. Well, yeah, we don't. Oops, sorry. I mean, it's kind of hiding in like a little corner, which is really good. It's like it's wild, man. Like we have seen. I've said this before. I don't bring it up much, but like we've just seen foxes just run, just run across, just run across the grass, and we're just like, oh, there's a fox running, and then you just see it just shove its head into the ground, and it comes out with something, and you're like, fuck, those ears hanging out are a bunny. And it's like, when you do see that, it's like, fuck, man, that sucks. But then you see all the happy bunnies that do just get to exist. Or it's like, so these bunnies are funny, because I've seen multiple cats try and chase these rabbits, and they don't get anywhere close. The rabbits are so fast. And I've seen it to the point now where the rabbits will sit there so that they're like 3 feet away from the cats. And they're just like waiting for the cat. They're like, oh yeah, you wanna pounce on me? Go ahead and pounce. And the rabbits will basically just like hop like 5 feet back from the cat the instant the cat moves. Like basically the cats can't even get close to getting the rabbits, and I think the rabbits get cocky. I think the rabbits are like, no, none of these fat cats can catch me. And then a wild fox comes in and the rabbits actually have competition. What I think is really interesting about the concept of evolution is there are the best rabbits and the best foxes that are most efficient at living, but what the definition of the best, like, the best actions for their neural network to do to be alive, like, there's a best, and it's not even some clear thing that, like, any of the foxes or the rabbits know. But, like, they're taking part in this system to become the best when like, all they know is they're just fucking trying to get food. Learn on what it sees, so if they see something they understand, they can learn to use it. That's true. Were you there when I was doing when I was showing Dropout? And I can't remember what they called it, but basically, like, it was showing how when Google was training neural networks to detect, like, cats, it was basically a picture of a cat that they, like, train the neural network on, and then they showed like 20 different example images where, like, the cat was inverted. They took, like, a different part of the cat image. They, like, scaled a part of the cat image. Like, it was basically like they took what the neural network did see and applied a whole bunch of transformations to it, like inversion and all that, and then trained the neural network on those. So like I almost wonder if the neural networks don't just like take the data they see, but like every inch of patterns that a neural network can find in what they like you know what I mean? Like what a neural network sees is based off what patterns it can even recognize. So like a neural network could see something that's like the answer to whatever they're trying to figure out, but they can't recognize the pattern. Like you get what I'm saying? Like so it's almost not even like them seeing with their actual eyes and perceiving like the light going into it, but like them perceiving the logic, or you know what I mean? And like that perception of the logic, in my opinion, it's like I don't know. I don't know. I do agree that perception of the logic and your perception, it all comes originally from what you see. I saw an interesting topic on a science and technology stream I don't normally see earlier today. Someone just trying to be more positive. And I just found it a very interesting concept because a bunch of the people in the streamers chat were just going, wait, you're way more positive than me though. And I think what I got for so the streamer was like, shit, I'm so not positive and I get so sad on stream sometimes and like I don't know, it's their opinion, like, but then the people in the chat were going like, but I'm worse than you. Like you get what I'm saying? Like the streamer was going, "Oh, I'm so not positive," and then the people in the chat were going, "Holy shit!" So if you're not positive, then we're like fucking horrible. Which is like, I guess it's a fair assessment, but I feel like judging, it's the whole thing of, you know how social media makes you judge against other people? I think that can be a really good thing, but it also with like neural network compare what it see to old data and build some connection to it. Neural network cannot understand entertaining being positive will not make streamer better or worse. What I said is that positivity for one person is like negativity for another person. There's like so many examples I wanted to bring up with that, but like I think a great example is people getting triggered off stuff off the internet. Like I do agree that you should care about issues out there like politics and all that, but should you really let a media website or some like person just speaking on Twitter, should you let them have so much control over you that they can tweet out something or say something and it just like makes you emotionally break down or like ruins your day? I don't agree with that. Streaming as a business mean those streamer who you hear about as businessmen already and care only about streaming as a business. Yeah, that's part of what I got about the positivity thing too. Is I was like, man, I think that's actually an issue with streamers. Is that a bunch of streamers will be like unrealistically positive, in my opinion. They'll be like this is them the whole stream just, hey guys. I don't think that's real. Like No, yeah, the same streamer I'm talking about, I saw them stay in another stream that like they want all the views, they want all the clicks, and I was like, oh yeah, they're definitely going for the full streamer treatment. Big streamers are very smart, that I know for sure. I'm not so certain about that because like I don't know, like some of the smartest streamers I've seen are like super small, like they don't have views at all. But like I do agree, like you have to have some amount of intelligence to stream. I think people these days forget how hard OBS and like actually setting up stream software is. Like so many people these days are going to try and stream and can't do it just because they don't understand stuff. I have a belief though that big streamers are kind of like big corporations or companies in that once you're big, like your popularity is like a gravitational pull that just kind of keeps people around you and keeps you popular. So like that's why big corporations take so long to die or like big names. It's like that gravity or pull. Learning entertaining and being a big popular media person is much more complex than programming that I know. Yeah, I feel like it's randomness though, in the sense that predicting what people find entertaining is like what people find entertaining I think is so chaotic that you can't really predict it. I wonder. I think there's some stuff you can really predict. Like if you put someone's favorite food in front of them, you can predict they're going to eat it, right? So provided you know someone's favorite food. Alright, here we go. So we don't need to do anything different for a texture atlas if it's not mip-mapped, which is actually kind of cool. Entertainment need real-time reaction, real-time communication to be accepted by social template of large group of people is like 100,500 IQ. Yeah, I don't really view that as like intelligence though. Like it's gonna sound really weird, but like I feel like some person being accepted by a large group of people is more dependent on that group of people's acceptance than the person being accepted. That's probably a really weird take. So I've heard that you can just pass in any size for any map level, and that would actually make this so much easier. Alright, I think I got this in my head now. We'll create canvas. I'm just thinking if I can reuse one canvas for all of this, or if I'm going to need two canvases. For me, programming complex because in large project there are millions of small pieces of logic. Yeah, you have to remember how they all work. True. I was actually thinking about that the other day. Is even though programming is so complex, I feel, in my personal opinion, when you start to look at all of the variables out there, programming is actually so much simpler because it's in a closed context where you have a controlled number of variables, whereas real life things, you get so many variables, like you can't even describe them. When for a streamer, there's much more logical connection they need to check before saying anything so that they can have had much more data and operate in real time. When programmer do it not in real time and slow so they think fast. You know, I mean I I personally think it's like not real time. It's probably like a second or so behind, but I do agree talking is difficult. In that sense, I find talking like just as difficult or more difficult than programming. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Is I do think the real life things, which a lot of streaming is oriented around, has way more variables than programming. It is more complex. But I don't like believe in like people being completely in control of their whole own destinies. I think like famous people and like people who just get a lot of viewers and stuff, like a bunch of people can work really hard for it, but a bunch of people can also just get there by like chance, not by like intelligence or anything. It's just RNG, you know? People like Soto's accepted from the start. Or I might not know this. Wasn't Soda in esports? And like I think a bunch of the people from Justin TV were like that's the whole thing. Is like if you got on, it's like getting on YouTube right at the beginning. Like you just, it's so much easier. There's way less people there, so like your like viewership is like normalized to the portion of how many other videos there are out there. So like you get on the streaming train early. Holy shit, dude! It's like so much easier. Like I'm wondering what the next thing that's gonna be I almost think it's going to be something like VR streaming or something where people can act like I don't even know. Is Soda poppin'? And is his name a reference to TF2? Soda poppin'. Interesting. Alright. Oh, this is the difficult part. I don't know how to calculate maps. I think you do it. I think you do it until the width and height are 1? Or maybe just the width or height are 1? I think you do it for both until both the width and height are 1. I think there's a bunch of streamers that were like accepted from the start. What's crazy in my opinion is how streaming still isn't bigger. Like there's TV in a bunch of places still has more views than streams. Like that doesn't make sense to me. Cuz I'm just like, "Oh, you can choose between like a billion channels on the internet of basically anything you could possibly imagine. Or you can choose from like up to like maybe 1,000 tops on TV where you've got ads and a bunch of other shit. How is streaming not more popular? I guess it is. It's just spread around so many services and things that people don't view it as like a congregate whole. One single YouTuber in top 100 of YouTube most popular YouTuber have most views per day than whole Twitch. Yeah, yeah. I almost wonder if people's internet is that bad. Like I think like so when I go up to the cottage, like I our internet's good now, but like I remember like 10 years ago, basically didn't have internet up in parts of Canada, and I'm certain that certain parts are still like that. And I'm just wondering how much of the world is like that. So I watched a big streamer like 2 years ago. I watch like I watch Hikaru, the chess streamer. He's a big streamer I watch. Um, I personally don't like So like if I ever want to actually have a conversation in chat, it's like a sub 100 or 50 viewer stream. But a bunch of times like chess, I love watching chess tournaments and just watching the people commentate it. It's just like I don't chat or anything. I like to just like that's what I watch almost as like sports where I will just like fucking sit there. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't actually watch a lot of game streamers. Thinking about it, like I do not really get that. I'm just thinking about it. So I like when new games come out, I'll actually go and look at big streamers, or like I'll just go around to a bunch of streamers and see what they're saying about a game. I like doing that, but it's not like I actually like sit there and get invested in the streamer. Play chess tournaments, being school/student, not again. Maybe that's why I like it so much. I did absolutely no chess coming from a very small school in Canada. Alright, so power of 2 means that you can just divide an image perfectly, right? Yeah, that's what it means. So, okay, nice. So this means our maps are never going to have issues. Follow like 100 to 300 viewer streamers. Their main is VR chat. Also, they stream new games, so I can watch them sometimes. Ah. Oh yeah, I watch. So actually, I watch a ton of cooking streams. I watch this guy Chef John Reed. There's actually like a whole community of cooking streamers. Um. I watch this guy Cheese Pizza. He's actually awesome. He just does pizzas and does a bunch of other stuff. Man, the cooking ones are so cool to me too because they normally actually have like families on there. Like the people in a bunch of them just like have their families just come on. Which I don't know, it's like you don't normally see that as like have streams where people just have their family members on the stream and doing stuff like I don't know. Cooking YouTube can save your day. Dude, cooking with the like so humans got intelligence because we figured out like humans got intelligence to make fire just so that we could make tasty food. Like let's be real here. So it's like the key thing of the internet is got to be cooking. Without any cooking education, that's the thing. The YouTube videos are cooking education. There's like a bunch of like chefs that have got actual cooking education, just making free YouTube videos and educational cooking content. It's crazy. There's a bunch of programmers with the same thing applies to programming. There's a bunch of people with actual degrees in programming doing doing things in programming. So I'm assuming this is just going to give me an error if my maps are wrong. To begin, I'm just going to do normal blurred bitmaps, and then from there we'll try and do proper. I'm not even sure what to call it. Texture atlas mapping. Yeah, I was talking about Genshin Impact the other day. This game Genshin Impact, I watched it on stream. It's so good. Yeah, so it's actually completely different than I thought. Yeah, it's literally Zelda Breath of the Wild for free. I wouldn't call it Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's like completely different tone, I would say, of world. But like, yeah, very interesting model of game to me. Like all the gacha in it, but it being basically single player. Like that's a really interesting. I'm thinking we're gonna see a huge impact increase of single player games on PC with microtransaction and gacha because of how popular like that game and other ones are. Need way too much money to progress. That's what I kind of got from watching it. Is like, dude, the like top streamers I watched, like every like 5 minutes they were like, "Oh, I guess I'm gonna buy this." Oh, I'm guessing, and I'm just like, so are you playing the game or are you just clicking reward me? Like holy shit. Yeah, so I don't ever spend money on cosmetics or anything. I just like there's like a million other things of like stash tabs or like other, so in Path of Exile there's what's called stash tabs. It gives you like more loot space. Like shit that actually helps you in the games. I will get that stuff any day over cosmetics. For example, the character system, yeah, like you I think I understand the game pretty well. You buy characters, right? Or it takes forever to earn them yourself, which is kind of like Warframe. To upgrade character talent tree, you need to drop 8 same characters. So you need to get the same character 8 times just to level them? That sounds brutal. Character drop is random from packs. It's $1,000 plus just for this upgrade. What the hell? Hey man, if people are buying it, can you really blame the game devs for putting that stuff in? Like, oh god, I kind of hate that people buy this shit though, because I feel like it makes games worse for everyone else because then game devs focus towards more on these types of games. Hmm. Just like 20% of the character power total is not actually that important. Yeah, that is the microtransaction system. That's how it works. I'm just thinking, can I actually blur this? Oh my god, I can blur this texture data into the same thing. Farming is cheaper if you have money/time. Ah. Not force monetization hard. I feel like it's not forcing it, but it's like really nudging you towards it. They have monetization for rich people who know. For rich people who know the cost of their time and want to play this game on 100%. Yeah. That's the issue, though. I think it's like, yeah. Personally, games like that ain't for me, but I feel like any of that stuff devalues my own reward from farming. But that's just me. I'm also the person that will hack games, devalue the experience through hacks, and then I'll go, fuck, that sucks. That's worse than the original thing. And then stop hacking because I realized that it devalued it for me. And I almost feel like buying shit in the game is like the same thing as hacks. In the sense that you're just kind of like trying to click a button or a single UI element that's going to give you some reward. Cannot work on Linux because of it. Oh man, so you can't play it? Or do you just play it on Windows? It's a Unity game? Oh my god. It's a Unity game? Dude, Unity is actually taking over. It's pretty good. You know what? They deserve it. It's a pretty good engine. Like, Breath of the Wild was made in Unity. Wait, hold on. I might be wrong about that, but I think the whole Switch or Nintendo ecosystem ended up getting based off Unity. Like, basically all games made in Switch go through Unity. Hold on, is there anything about engine here? Detailed physics engine. So it says nothing actually. Wait. Final game uses a modified version of the Havoc physics engine. I guess they actually maybe use their own engine. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can find a source for. I believe. Huh. No, never mind. I don't know where I found that. Huh. Genshin Impact is literally old Oblivion. It's only pre-rendered textures. They're only textures. They have night and day textures that visibly switch. You can see how textures change from night to day version in Genshin Impact. It's a full script game, but it's super good, super good. Yeah, I feel like that's like a good thing, like for the artists. Probably love that, dude. Like the artists are probably like, "Woo, we can just set exactly how it looks." They put bloom outlines on city that you can see from far as textures, like orange textures around buildings, but it looked perfectly. Oh, it's textures. Yeah, but that's so efficient. So, like, is it fast though, or is it really badly optimized? Checked on integrated Vega graphics, 60 FPS on mid settings, 1080p, 60 FPS on max settings on NVIDIA 750. That's really good. Alright, nice. So that should blur PCI speed and RAM speed and switch LED when play zone trigger. Slow down where large textures change. Zones unload. Yeah, and if it's Unity, like, it'll just be loading all of that stuff in and out at once and just kind of like probably create a stutter at least. You have to try it if you do not play Zelda Breath of the Wild. Alright, maybe I will try it. I just realized I should probably have this be decimal perfect. I actually had that wrong before. Gameplay and look beautiful. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about gameplay. I saw the gameplay, it seems really grindy to me. But I mean, if I can get into the RPG, I can see how the grind could be good. Yeah, who's the game dev? Is it actually a Chinese company? Also, do you know where I download the game? Is it on like is it on Steam or off-site? Oh, Myoho. And 11 gigabytes. That's actually pretty good. That is pretty good. Download from local torrent from speed from launcher was dead yesterday when I installed it. I guess it's getting really popular then. Like, there must be something besides the graphics, I'm guessing, that makes it special. And I'm guessing besides the gacha as well. It can't just be because it's free to play. Like, there's so many good free to play games and stuff these days. Alright, I'm just thinking, this is, alright, all I need to do here is GL text image 2D. You'll understand if you try? Alright. We'll see. Oh god, I just realized. Oh, okay. It'll just do the same thing here and then throw out the alpha or the red or whatever. First feeling when you launch it, same as there. Okay. I'm looking at this. I think that's good. Log generated mip level custom mip map levels. Okay. I guess I'm gonna make a little demo to test this. Texture, I don't know, wait, sprite sheet animation. We'll make a little animation out of this in the end, I think, because that is a good little example to do. Generate code without loops using simd only and multi-threading shaders. Like what's it called, like this? Where you just have constant vec4s or whatever. Alright, maybe I'll draw a little sprite sheet. No loop engine. Oh god, that sounds horrible. I can't remember. Do I think I have something that lets you pack. Okay, maybe I don't have a sprite sheet thing. Never mind. Let's just do these one by one then. It's gonna be a really good sprite sheet. Let's do 4 frames. It should be easy enough, right? He's gonna wag his arms and head around. Do like a little dance. Oh god, how am I gonna position this? Oh Lord. Huh. Hold on. I actually need a sprite sheet generator. Alright, hold on there. Paint.net sprite sheet. How do I sort them on a grid? Paint.net sprite sheet selection. Paint.net selection to specific. If I could move this to set selection in pixels. If I could set it to the exact pixels. Is there like a translate, or there has to be rotate / zoom pan? Oh my god. Can I set any of these? No. What if I just selection left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16. Alright. Never mind. I can look at the exact value down here. I'm just really stupid and out of practice. Alright, I'm just going to do 3 because this looks good enough. Hold on a second. Alright. We're gonna need a custom shader for this. I'm not gonna display a custom animation yet because I'm too lazy. So what I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna display it as a full image. Image equals animation.png, and we don't need blending for this. Okay, so what we're just going to be testing now is just the bitmaps. I'm going to be drawing this basically as a full screen, like just a full screen quad or something. I don't know, we'll see. My test phrase numbers 1 and 2 drawn from hand. Very similar. Alright, now I gotta disable strict origin policy so that I can actually load in this image. Let's see if this worked. Syntax error after argument list. Oh, I did an error when I was updating that code before. Generate bitmap. The base level of the texture does not have power of 2 dimensions. Ah, I'm an idiot. Texture 2DU requires. Okay, yeah, so it's. There's a reason I did 64 at the beginning. Hold on, we can literally just go undo. Genius. Absolutely genius. Okay, loaded in, but nothing's displaying. This is because our image has a tint color, and we never set that. Okay, maybe that's not it. Maybe that's not it. Post is not defined. Oh. I kept that old code in. Alright, this looks good. Hold on. Box.scalex equals 3, and then let's scale it up so that you can actually kind of see this. Oh, never mind. Apparently it still needs a little bit more field of view. Oh, that is still cut off on the one side. Never mind. Wait a minute. Oh, and it's repeating. Hold on. I need to turn off repeat. So this is how you do texture options. You do plus, script type equals text / plain, animation.ini. INI. Whoa, I just realized maybe I should do .png.ini. No. .ini is just way easier. So then this has JSON like repeat X false, repeat Y false. So this should now disable repetition. Yeah, so now there's no clipping up there. Alright, feels good to just have that work. That's nice. So then I should also be able to do mitmap equals false to disable mitmaps. Hold on, let me just try making this really small. Can we see this now? Okay, we can see this. This is probably good for testing, because I actually need to make it small to actually get mitmaps to appear. So what we're going to do is, oh my god, I'm not even going to be able to make this small enough to have mitmaps appear, am I? Ah. This isn't even small enough for mitmaps, is it? So I either need a way higher quality texture. Yeah, okay. Use texture LOD. Yeah, that requires an extension though. That's the issue. Yeah, maybe I'll enable the extension just for this test. I kind of didn't want to make a custom shader just for this, but I mean, the other thing is I could like set the render size to like really small and then just force that. I don't know. Let's actually, hold on, let's enable mitmaps. It was showing a bit of mitmaps before because we had clipping. Yeah, so you can't even really see the difference between mitmaps. It doesn't really enable mitmaps. So hold on. I'm just gonna do an actual like full size texture that we can actually see mitmaps with. I'm thinking what would be a really good... Oh yeah, so... Okay. I'm not even going to do an animation for this at the beginning. I don't know what I was thinking. Hold on, actually. Just to be sure. 512 by 512. What can you tell blurs the easiest, or what can you see or notice blurring in the most? Damn, this noise effect sucks. Anyways, this is going to be our texture, because we're going to really easily be able to tell when it blurs. Nice. Yep, you can see it blurring. And the mitmaps actually aren't as strong as I thought they were. Oh! Oh, is that showing up on stream? There's actually like a tiny, hold on, let me try and capture that. There's non-uniformity in the blurring or sampling or something. Oh my god, that shows up in the image. Look at this. It's blurred here, and it's clear right here. I guess that's a NVIDIA GPU feature. Very interesting pattern. Anyways, the MIP maps are working. You can see it's much more blurred here. There we go. So the MIP maps are being applied. So this is going to let us test whether or not we actually have working MIP maps in our custom tiling one. So let's do it. Let's add tile X1, tile Y1, and we don't actually have any tiling in it yet. It's just custom MIP maps. But let's test it. And we have an error. Canvas.drawImage is not a function. Texture is incomplete. Okay, it didn't work, but let's figure it out. Create element canvas. Canvas.getContext 2D. Oh, I did canvas instead of C2D. And I did get data before I had actually drawn to the canvas. Generated 9 custom MIP levels. Bad MIP dimension or format. Interesting. Okay, let's look up that on Google. Okay, let me also output console.log MIP width MIP height, MIP map level, MIP level being generated. .256 by 256, 64 by 64. Oh, I need 1 by 1. I need 1 by 1. Ah, so it needs a 1 by 1. That makes sense. Hold on. Well, bigger than 1 or bigger than 1. Okay, this is a really bad way of writing this, but while true, actually no, wait. I need an if at the beginning and the end, I think. Let me think about this. If MIP width equals 1 and MIP height equals 1, then break ftx and ty, and then we won't do any of this. Hold on. We're not going to do any of this, just in case if for some reason someone's an idiot Okay, this isn't gonna work if someone passes in a 1 by 1 texture. I'm just gonna assume that no one is stupid enough to pass in a 1 by 1 pixel texture to a texture atlas. But if they do, God help their programming skills and hope they realize and figure out what is happening. Oh my god, it worked! Oh, wait, what is this? What is that triangle? um, excuse me? WebGL? WebGL. You got some, I don't know. Oh no. Okay, let's look at this code. Y plus plus. You know what? So let's set everything to green. Maybe this is an issue with WebGL's actual custom bitmaps. No, so it's obviously, I think it's definitely an issue with my bitmap. I don't know. Let's do a UV map. Oh, I'm doing divided by 4 twice. Oh, cool. So that works. I'm just seeing I plus plus equals x stride. Oh, this is wrong. This is wrong. It is overwriting. So wait, is there a way for me to do this with x stride? Minus equal would do +8. So I actually think minus equals x stride does what I want to do here. Hold on, let me think about this. So if it adds data.width times 4, this will subtract data.width times 4. While adding 8, which it has to move 8 across. Yeah, that actually does what I want. That's a cool... I love when math works out. Oh my god, I think it worked. Beautiful. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to get a difference. I want to see how different okay, that's not an image. I want to see how different my bitmaps are. Hold on, isn't this a canvas? Oh my god, it's not letting me select the canvas. Let me select my canvas. I disabled this. I disabled this selection. I did this to myself. Where did I do this? display none. Beautiful, there we go. Okay. Alright, so this is my map. And now we will go and we will disable custom maps. And I'll do the exact same thing I need to do again, where I disable this so that I can actually save the image. And it looks nearly identical. Oh, they're a little bit different. So it looks like mine is actually more blurred. It looks like mine is actually more blurred, which is very weird. I wonder if the NVIDIA driver actually does optimizations with the bitmaps where it actually skips a few samples, like almost like wavelets. And with a lot of textures, that works fine because it's like compression almost. But when you have noise like this, it actually shows up. I wonder. Either way, those look nearly the same. Hold on, what is this? Hold on. There's like... I think the bitmap's bugged at the bottom. You can see a little line. This is also why it's really great to compare this stuff. Yeah, there's a little line. Okay. Okay, how would I fix that? And why is that there? I know that it's writing to every pixel with the way this is working. Minus equals extra. Let's just try doing this by hand. That.width times 4. Oh, wait, plus equals negative, so going up 1. And then that's all actually. We're moved over correctly, we just need to go up 1. There we go. Oh my god, I think it actually just gave us identical. I think that's actually identical now. I'm an idiot. I just am toggling the wrong one. Oh, and they aren't aligned anymore, so never mind. I need to do another comparison. Hold on. But so far I'm really happy with this because this looks right. Yep. Oh my god, it's exactly identical. Yes, I can already tell. I'm gonna do the test here just to make sure, but dude, feels good, dude, to get identical maps. Look at that. It's the exact same as the GPU mapping. Just a box blur. Alright, I'm so happy because I just did something I've never done before. Custom maps. It's so small, but it's so nice because now I can do texture atlasing properly. Custom maps are so useful if you want to do like I've done packing of like 3D volumes into 2D textures before, and I've actually gone to and said to myself, hey, I'm not gonna like, oh, I can't have volume mapping because I can't do maps. I think this actually opens the door for me to do that now. Oh man, it's so nice. Alright, I gotta go though. I think I'm really into doing this texture atlasing, so I think I'll be back in like an hour to try and finish this tonight. And then tomorrow, I think we're just gonna be warming up for Ludum Dare. I know I'm gonna do a 2D game, but yeah, it'll depend. Like, we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. Like, I don't think there's a theme yet for Ludum Dare. They sometimes even release the Ludum Dare theme early. I don't know. I think I remember that happening. 23 hours. Keynote themes. Theme voting final round. Oh, so we're almost... Okay, this is what I love. So yeah, I forgot about this, dude. So Ludum Dare votes on themes, so you actually know what, like, the theme... You know a selection of what the theme could be out of the selection. So one of these is going to be our theme. Decay, layers, control the world, not the player, nomad, connections, stuck in a loop, feeding the monster, delay the inevitable, contain it, day and night, shipwrecked, clockwork, you can't save them all, death is not the end, summoning, the world changes when you're not looking. Those are some really, I think these really specific themes are bad. I don't think these are gonna win. Like maybe not control the world, not the player. Like these are really specific, but oh man. All right. Yeah, thank you for watching, Namori, and yeah, I don't know, I think you've heard me before. I just kind of throw on the stream because I like streaming. So yeah, I'm happy to be here. See you around. Have a good evening, good night. Should have done that with the full camera up. I'll see you around. Have a good evening. Thank you for watching. Or good day, good afternoon, wherever you are.